Hey, good morning. Another development stream? Yeah, okay. Here I am, and I will introduce you to what I'm researching today. So, what I've done in the last days is, yesterday I've been going in and you see, I've been generating these backgrounds yesterday. I'm generated and edited. They're both there. So this one is actually, I think this one is an edit of an generation. Yeah, so that's why I say both. And these are basically the same background, but just into an AI to add some noise. Yeah. And the purpose of these generations is to use them in marketing. I go into the Unity Asset Store, and my go-to in marketing is the Odin Inspector. You go in here and see this UI. They are selling scripting, easy attributes for your scripts that then you can use in your inspector, and they really sell that well. This is really something that's hard to sell because I know how it works and how you can use it. I actually don't do these many fancy things. They add these attributes, and then you can customize your inspector. It's really easy once you get this. Basically what it does. So if you do normal marketing, would look like this. Yeah, this is what you do. You do this, and then you get this. You have to go. They are pretty smart to do it the other way around. Put this first, and then I think this is just an older one where they weren't that good with the marketing material. Yeah, but I have to get to the standard with my asset. When I go in here and type in Brush Forger, and this is where I say, yeah, I have the Brush Forger. It looks decent. I think the text has to go down, and the empty spaces top and bottom, I need to change something. I need to change something with these, but they're looking okay-ish. Yeah, and okay-ish is not enough. Okay-ish is the user is going to go in, look at that, and like, yeah, that looks okay. Let's go for the better one. Yeah, I go in here. I have this marketing material here, and that's nice. Yeah, but it's not this nice. And this is how the user will determine what to buy. Make sales, and people go in and have a real use for this. And I'm really under some time pressure to improve my images here. Yeah, because I think it's better to have really good marketing material. Like over here, this, for example, I think this is much better. And this is much better. And I want to up my game. I need to work on my game, yeah. Meaning the level of marketing. Yeah, I have to get the fonts. They are too big. Work like this. This is enough. Yeah, I have to kind of make some assumptions here. And I'm just generally looking into some generic investment for thoughts, where I say, okay, marketing, where do I spend my time? And trying to make assumptions where I have the best chances to get money from. Yeah, and this is why I'm in statistics right now. I'm trying to find where most of the money rests. And it's very difficult to find that stat because most stats will look like this, and they are horrible for me in two regards. First of all, the stats, the average stat that you will find where the money rests. So most is spent in housing, which is not good for society, and car. And then you have health insurance, and food. And food away from home. So this whole slice here is like 80%. It's more than 75. 80% of all income is spent on things you need just to survive. And then there's even more like education. It's also to survive. I don't know what a MISC. Okay, MISC we don't know. Apparel and services. These are mixed, like, and then you have this slice where, yeah, that's entertainment. Is where we want to come in. It's not good to see yourself in the smallest slice. Yeah, that's what I want to say. That's why I say, I mean, even tobacco was huge once. Super small nowadays. I think this is why they don't get away with what they did in the 60s, 70s. Everybody was smoking. Really sad is to see reading, how low reading is. That's just sad. $100 for reading. Oh, but this isn't even the stat that I'm looking for. Yeah. But here's another stat where it says, yeah, reading. You don't get far with that. Oh, that's super sad. So the things that are really where you spend time and want to spend your time, entertainment and reading. I think these two are the things where life happens. It's so sad that basically that's the least important one. Yeah. At least alcoholic is not that high. Also sports. They don't spend on sports. Movement. That's sad. That's just sad, in my opinion. Yeah. So the things that are good for your health: reading and sports. Entertainment can also get addicted by entertainment. So entertainment isn't that good. But this isn't, and the second problem is this isn't even the stat that I wanted to find. So if so currently I'm in entertainment, and by providing entertainment software and firmware for that, which is a good idea and logic, it's just not going to have a high outcome. Yeah. But I'm pretty sure did spending for entertainment go down? Projected downward. Downwards. Then we have a stat on that. It's still a little bit washy. Like you still want to try to get your share if you're kind of have the skills like me in the market. You want to get your share. Yeah. It's a really highly saturated market with not a lot of spending, and a lot of people will just die in the next years who try to get into the gaming market, and I hope that this situation goes down. Or the spending goes up. It would be better if their spending would go up, and there's a lot of really high skilled people on their game entertainment area that have problems financing. Okay, what do we do? So, but they statistic I want to see is statistic where money where the because something is missing here. I don't okay. Is resting? Where's it resting on? It's a little bit hard what I want to find out. I would just want where is the money? Where's it go? And you usually get the consumer thing, but I want to see where the whole money is. And there's the state, there's investors and stockholders. And they know, for example, that a lot of money rests in bonds and gold and art. These stats don't have that, and that is a little bit weird. It's a little bit weird that you know that people spend a lot of gold, or investors spend a lot on gold and just stock, and you don't find that in the statistics. So this is why I say, okay, this is odd. They probably just cut out all investment by private people. Oh, what's that? Actually, that's good, but it's a blurred. It's not the one that I'm really looking for. It must be a statistic where all these spendings on how much is spent on AI, how much is spent on gold, on housing. There's a statistic for that. I saw that. Why don't I find them? Housing, gold, housing, gold, consumption. What's art? I don't want to go into rich people's statistics, but I guess I have no choice because I don't find it. Luxury cars. So they just buy luxury cars. You fucking kidding me? This is the most retarded thing ever. So you tell me that rich people make all this money just buy better cars, overspend on cars. This is the dumbest thing ever. Like this makes people who buy yachts actually look good. And this is also very bad for private business, because none of that. Like my grandfather has been in furniture. This is the only one where I can see that average people might deliver something. And this is handcrafted things, good handcraft by master smiths, where I see, okay, this is something well. And also, yes, and cruises. I think that's not that bad, even though you have. It goes a little bit contrary to the saying that they don't have time to ever make. You have to be able to pilot these things. So, yeah, and use them. So they say that they don't have time for anything, and then they buy them. So this is a little bit odd. I think this is at least something where average people have something wrong. Private jets are not that good for us. Food is like odd. I think this goes back to rich people who serve rich people. Hotels. Yeah, this is also personal luxury goods. Okay, that's also master work. Luxury cars. What we don't have in here is games. As games or digital things. It's very hard. Yeah. So according to this statistic, I did very well in my last job, where I was just serving a rich guy. It turned out that I couldn't make a good product because he intervened too much. And it's good that I did keep my mouth shut at that time, because I wanted that everybody else who was on the team does not lose their job. Because if I would have spoken openly, the project would have been shut down, I think. That's why I often think back and think a lot of things didn't go well there. But at least I kept my mouth shut enough so that everybody loses their job, because what we made there did not make sense. Hey! Na, wie geht's dir? Just just meh. And he wasn't. But the problem is when the last employer I had, he wasn't even that rich. But yeah. I would speak higher of him if he wouldn't have lied all the time. Global well. Yeah, you want to kind of spend on US. Like, if you want to be a business, you want to be like a leech on that US business. Europe is bigger in population, US is bigger in money. Oh, or you go to this. Okay, that's even better. What the US does not have is a good median wealth per adult. I mean, the Germans are way below that. And we are quite wealthy. So, you could see how I live. And I'm very, very poor for a German. And I also just do my thing. I mean, there's funny things here, like Russia. And I don't know where this is from 2023. Okay, this is during the war, so during the war it's a little bit harder to get information. But it just seems they have a really more wealth in the median. But the rich people have a lot. And the US is the same. US and Swiss is the difference between those two is here the rich people have a lot, and the average people get by. And with this Swiss, the rich people have a lot, and the average people also are quite okay. Yeah, this is good for everybody. Yeah, that's Swiss like the optimum. Our only problem with Switzerland is it's too small for as a general model. And the business model is not applicable to the whole of the EU. The Swiss does a lot of mastercraft though, yeah, and that's cool. Yeah, I also think that the time that I spend on making a game is mastercraft. In comparison to, I say, the watch or something, or the expertise. This is not helpful. This is helpful. So rich people spend a lot of housing because then they can That's also how which countries spend the money. It's pretty bad for the US to spend that much on housing. Oh, they spend more on entertainment in this chart. I think this chart is older though. I bet just make I bet that this is 2004. Is it from 2004? So consumption has gone down quite a bit. And the trend for the next 2 years is absolutely go down. Yeah. For the news I see. Okay, I still didn't find the statistic that I was actually looking for, where it's what stocks are, where in stocks, what stocks are invested in, what kind of stocks are invested in, like this is something like, is it too late to buy stocks? If stocks go down, you want to buy, like, This is like, if there's a panic, go buy stocks. But I'm not an investor. This is just like, yeah, the price is low, buy. This is... I think this is one of the statistics that we want to see. Just show me that. This, yeah, is like technology. We are not technology, we are entertainment. Financial. Fortunately, I can't read anything here because it's too slow, too small. We are like here, consumer. We're not a service, but we are consumer. You can see technology is the biggest right now, so it's concerning. Okay, I have to get my cat out. We would say, hey, I'm a software engineer. I shouldn't be concerned if most of the money invested in technology. But developers getting fired right now. When that's where most of the money is. It's a little bit weird. It's interesting, one big player is missing here, and that's Valve. Yeah, Valve is actually the best company when it comes to margin and average salary. Because I think they have like a billion income and 80 employees, and they pay them really well. They get a share. That's what I heard. But for me it would not be possible to get in, I guess. Okay, I have to get my cat out. Okay, yeah, so this is basically the stat that I have been looking for a little bit. It's still missing things like gold. Ah. But yeah, this is... Can I get this chart somewhere? Oh, there it is. On Reddit. Yeah. Thanks, Reddit. So after trying to find the stat that that is actually important, and this is actually not a good stat. No, that's not the one. There's more behind this. Okay, at least I can read this one. So let's look. Software application, electronics, scientific. Oh, that's science. Look at the good one. Why is it so small? A software application. This is SAP. That's the German one. This is where I've been working last time. Not bad. And they actually do logistics. So what they do is legit. So they are basically logistics. I think a lot of like this Amazon. Amazon is also like trading and logistics. So logistics is actually quite important over here. It's at least a technology that I understand why it's there and why it's worth a lot. Like most technology that we have is like like I feel the feeling with some of the technology that is in there. It's like entertainment for investors and stockholders. Yeah, it's a little bit sad. Discount stores. Walmart. Entertainment. Here's entertainment. Netflix, and I don't know what this is. Disney. No, it's Disney. Oh, this is where I said, okay, this stock here. So I saw it in consumption. Now we see it in stock. So we don't have, if we try to be a gaming company, we're going into an area where we are in, somewhere in here. I mean, the weirdest one in here is Meta, because aside from VR, I don't really know what Meta does, but it's really, really cool for investors, I think. I think that Meta is it's very blown up. Yeah. They're doing a great job though, so would say it's not Meta's fault they're that blown up. It's because investors just like where's YouTube? Owner of YouTube. I think they are owned by Google. Okay, so here's Google. Google from the tech people is over here. You have to understand what everybody of those does. So it's my second thought. What do these do? Google is Google. A lot of ads and very mixed technological services. Apple. iPhones. Basically iPhones. Apple is iPhones. And they have other goods, but they are iPhones. Don't get confused by that. And that's huge because everybody has an iPhone. And they try to expand, but it's iPhones. Okay. It's interesting that I don't find IBM here. They're probably somewhere, but I don't see them. Microsoft, Nvidia, TSM Microconductors, AMD. Here's Intel. So this Intel? Wait. Is AMD bigger than Intel? Whoa. Intel has dominated over a decade. Didn't know that. Don't know who MU is. ARM. Interesting. I didn't know they are a company. But I'm not sure what ARM is. If this is ARM the tech or it's something that I misinterpret. Also not sure if this is Intel. What's FGO? Broadcom. Look like they handle the communication cables or something, like telecom. That's what I think right now, but I might misinterpret that.
What up, John Schnell? I'm Lars Langsam.
Hi Lars Langsam. What you doing? Hi. Nice to see you around. So currently I'm just doing market analysis, and yeah, I'm normally doing solo development and gaming, and I'm just analyzing the market right now and trying to see to make business plans.
It what I'm doing.
I don't know what I'm doing. What do you mean you don't know what I'm doing? Are you just sitting there
I
and
have no
trying to get up?
awareness of my existence.
Oh, it sounds depressive. So you're in a life crisis, I would say.
No, not a crisis. Just very stupid at the moment and turning off my brain.
Ah. Are trying to wake up or to sleep right now? Or is it just like you have that time in the day? I normally have that around 14 o'clock.
Waking up.
Waking up. I have that around 14 o'clock where I just have the natural clock tells me like go fuck yourself. Where my natural clock just tells me it has to take a break. Yeah, and I usually have a high very early in the morning, and if I don't go to bed, I have one at 12 o'clock in the 0 o'clock. If I don't go to bed, yeah, then I get a high, but that's I try to avoid that because then I can't sleep for the night. Yeah. And I'm trying to assess right now where how to make my business plans. So I'm trying to read different things where where is the money? Yeah, this basically where I'm trying to look at. Where do people invest in stocks and where the money rests in economy in general? Because one thing that I'm missing in this chart, for example, is gold or stocks. Yeah. And it's really hard to find that. Yeah, there's the people also invest in gold, in luxury goods, and it's not it's really hard to find to Google up a chart that tells you that. Yeah, it's a little bit weird.
Yesterday I was coding and spending a lot of time on a few bugs. I'm trying to learn but it's hard for me. So now I just have no more energy. Pop Nemo.
Oh, what are you coding? And thank you for showing up for the first time. Cool to have you around. What language are you coding in, and what environment are you using? Oh, Belgium is one of the best median wealth countries. That's unexpected. Because I thought Belgium is not doing that good. And next to Luxembourg. Okay, that's cool. Okay, I think this Reddit is nice, but I still don't find the statistic I need. Basically, this is a leftist Reddit where they predict that everything is in the bubble and will come to a qual. Yeah, okay. That doesn't help much further. Okay, maybe I need to switch to DuckDuckGo. I have the feeling like the stats I find on Google are missing something.
Right now I'm making a decompiler for a scripting language in C. It's just not very stable right now. I went into it blissfully unaware and now I'm too stubborn to give up.
What I've written a compiler for a custom language. But I don't know what is a decompiler? What is a decompiler? Is it some kind of reverse engineering? Where you translate the machine code that is
like
executed?
Reverse of compiling. It takes machine code and tries to make it high level.
Okay, just what okay, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, that's really hard to do. So you're probably really on top of the game in that, because that's really hard to do. So we really respect that.
Right now I'm just stealing code I found open source. Because I got stuck.
Yeah, okay. It's not stealing, it's teamwork. It's actually really not
Borrowing.
stealing if people put it in there. Yeah, if you put your code online, you're
The
sharing.
license permits it.
Oh. Oh, okay. Okay, that's that's stealing then. Okay. Yeah. I'm still a little bit unsure why you can license something that you can just copy
Permits
paste.
equals it allows it.
Oh, it permits. Oh. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm still creeped out. Like, imagine you could put code online that is really useful to a lot of people, and you license it and say it's not allowed to share this code. Like, this would be criminal because everybody would just like, hey, but I can just copy paste it. How can I not? And yeah, I think you just change something or add a comment. But that would be a little bit weird to have something that easy to copy and then say it's not allowed to take this. You have to type it in or something. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. So pretty cool. Yeah. I think there's a lot of people who already do that. I've been working at the university and and I've seen some
it
jobs
takes me
that
time
were
just to
posting
copy
that
in
they
RUL.
have people just dedicated to decompiling. Yeah. Takes me time to just copy it. Yeah. But it sounded so hard that they searched for a job in decompilation, and I was like, wow, that's cool. And but I have no idea how to do that, and good luck with that, because that's. I think if you
Because
try
I also
to.
want to understand it. I don't want to just make GPT copy it.
Yeah. Yeah, but you have to make a cut there, because this is something that has been done decades, and a lot of people understood this and made the compilation already, the decompilation. And I would be aware of that, try to be aware of that, and use that decades of experience in decompilation and try to better ask those people or take their code and as a guidance, so you don't have to start from where they started from decades ago, because then you will take a lot of time if you don't do that. Yeah. Why are you doing that? Yeah, why are you making a decompiler? Do you have a case where you need it, or some language that you where you want the code to be decompiled to and nothing exists? Or are you just working in that area in general? Wow. That's so sad. more life fulfilling to have a good job than to have friends.
It's for a scripting language for an old game, made specifically for that game. For a long time we've been writing in that language in something that is pretty low level, and I thought it'd be fun to make it high level. So it's not something I need, but it's something I want.
Ooh. Why you red flag that then? You say you don't need it but you want it, that's isn't that a red flag? You should yeah, then be careful to not overspend your time. Maybe you just try some low level solution then that does not sink in too much time of yourself. Because time is also very important as a software developer, and maybe just learn a lot about decompilation. Yeah, it would be cool. On the other side, I'm one of the guys who, if he wants to do something, I usually finish my projects, but I take forever for that. Yeah, that's something. That's why I would be wise and unwise to make some advice, because I don't make a lot of money.
Right now all I got working is basic if statements and if else.
Oh. And when I look at the compiled codes, most of them just
And
have a
some
lot of
go-tos.
if else and some go-tos, yeah. If they are even in there, but when you have them in machine code, you get a lot of go-tos. Yeah. So I've read in Clean, I think it was in Clean Architecture, the book, that go-tos are not very good to do when you program. And I never use go-tos, to be honest. But I think they in the machine code is how the things get compiled to. So that's very hard to read. This is also the reason why I think compilation is so hard to do.
There's a decompiler called Rico that I'm learning from right now.
Yeah. And that would also be my go-to advice. I know when I wrote a compiler, I just took a tutorial, and that tutorial was so good. Like, normally when I do tutorials, the tutorials go like, you import something, it doesn't work, there's a framework that you have to import and something doesn't work, and then you take a version that is obsolete. And when I wrote a compiler, none of that happened, and everything did go smooth. It was like, type this and that, and I typed it in and everything worked. It was like, whoa, I've never experienced that in my career. But that was really interesting. Like maybe because it's in C, and people and things just work there. Normally when I worked in web tech, nothing worked like that. Like in web tech, you take a framework like Bootstrap, try to make it compatible with something, and everything goes wrong, and you have basically do a day of of search and error. Yeah, searching the error. In Unity, it's even worse. When I do Unity coding, with the compiler, it did go very, very smooth, and never have had that pleasure again after that. And that was it's weird because it was quite enjoyable to have something that works. Yeah. Sometimes I think the suffering as a software engineer is a little bit too much when you're where a lot of time is just spent on trying to get things to work that, yeah, I don't know, have version issues. Like, even with AI, I try to get different versions of
what
AI
I find
working.
hard is the graph theory. I am not sure what tools to use yet to visualize them, and it's hard to do it in my head. Maybe you know some tool or framework.
No, I don't know. So you're working in C++, but I can't help you because I'm a C# developer. Yeah. So I'm working in C# and
It's okay if it's a diff language.
yeah, but I don't know. You would be better off to just Google some kind of UI framework, which is, I wouldn't say popular, which is easy to implement. Yeah, because the things that are easy to implement and get to work are probably better written than those who have too many features or something. Something that is that has aged well, like good wine, if it exists. I mean, look at me. I'm even too dumb to find a statistic. Just want to see, okay, well, there's a lot of money, and where's the money invested in? Or where is it? How much do people have? And where is it? How much is in different goods? And I find different things, but I think I haven't found the correct answer. Because I'm supplying normal people, like doing normal consumption goods.
Seeing his code in C.
Well, I actually wish I would have learned C++ just to flex with it. I mean, if you learn C++, it's really cool because you are one of those people who make the best code then, because it's harder to do. But I like to work in C# because I like to get things going really fast, and that's what turns me off in C++. That it's not just about learning how pointers works and make files and the header file. It's that it takes away a lot of.
I'm not an expert in C though. I get by with the simpler features.
Yeah, it's that I have the feeling like, okay, that's a lot of things that I need to learn and do and have that abstraction level on a daily basis, and it has nothing to do with the things that I actually want to do. Like that's nice. In C#, I import a framework. I just say, okay, use this framework, and I'm done. Do I have it in my files? Okay, then I just have to type using that, and it's done. Yeah, and basically doing the same, just a little bit faster. I think you just have to to get used to it a little bit longer in C++, and then it's basically the same. But it's also easier in C++ to completely mess up with pointers pointing to a memory that it should not have pointed to, or allocating some memory. I'm actually not that big in memory allocation anymore because I don't work with that and I don't miss it. Oh, that is a nice stat.
For me, memory allocation for my decompiler isn't that big of an issue because I just use an arena allocator and allocate like a madman.
Yeah, I think you can kind of be a little bit more yeah, generic with the allocation. But don't you have to clean up in the end? I'm not sure about that.
Freeze everything when the process finishes.
Okay. Yeah, okay, that's nice. Yeah, because I'm honest. I think having lines of code in there in your code where you just have to micromanage your memory allocation. I would always think like, okay, that's nice, but where do I put it? And you have to put it in some kind of other class. It doesn't have to do with your business logic.
But I decided it was too complex for me to micromanage.
Yeah, it just takes a lot of time. Yeah, even you can understand it and micromanage it, but it will take a lot of time, and it's actually not on the priority list the highest. The first thing on your priority list should always be make things work. This is the first thing that you do in anything, in any software project. After that, you make the code readable and redeployable and do refactor the code. And the optimization always comes last, because it's not important to optimize something that doesn't work at all. Yeah, and you probably want to change it first and put the code in different files or classes and manage that first before you do the optimization. Because once you optimize something, then you can't really change a lot. Yeah, once you spend that much time into optimizing something, you can't make big changes, and that makes it so hard.
Right now I don't even know how fast my decompiler is, because it's not ready at all.
Yeah. Maybe you can just look at the cases that work then. But I'm not the information that I have, but yeah, you can try to just make it work. I'm only testing on
small code examples, gradually moving up in difficulty.
Yeah. Yep. I think, couldn't you...
In total there's gonna be over 100k lines of decompiled code, so this will take a while.
I think the number of lines doesn't take long to produce, but the decompilation is going to take long, yeah. Yeah. Maybe you can
I mean, it will take long for me to test if it's correct.
Do you make unit tests?
I'd how to automate this sort of thing. I try make unit tests, but sometimes some bug slips through. Especially if there's a case I didn't know to test for.
But that's great that you can do them. In Unity, I often have to rely on one-time tests only, and it's taking a lot of time. At least you can do that, yeah. I mean, when I'm programming, I usually just want to test things immediately out at one time or something and see if they work. Yeah, but in the long run, when you then forget what you are doing, you want to have the things in some kind of automated test or testing system.
Right now my test is failing. Sad face.
It's supposed to do that. What's so sad about that? It's at least it's working. Yeah, I think the saddest thing is if you're testing and you just don't get the test to work. It just doesn't fire. The question is, of course, if the test is spiked or if it the test has a problem. But you have an immediate result there. Okay, I think I have to end my research here. I think this is the best statistic that I've found. And it's what I found a big warning signs where I want to keep investing in trying to make money with gaming. I have to go more to some service to supply chains that are not specific to gaming. Yeah, this is just the reality where we are. Because people don't have much time nowadays and money to spend on games. Sadly.
The approach he uses is iterative.
This statistic is really hard to read because they use a clock with 12 hours, but these are 24 hours crammed in. But according to that, most people still spend 2 to 3 hours per day doing sports or doing the things. Both spend more than 8 hours
I'll
in
follow,
work.
but I gotta focus up. I just started getting small results, so now I'm both exhausted and excited at the same time. At one point I had weeks with zero progress.
Weeks? Oh no. How long have you been okay? No, just thank you for coming by, and I hope you have good luck, and maybe come again in a couple of weeks and tell me how it's going and how your progress goes. Yeah.
Did you ask how long I spent in total?
yeah. I don't want to take too much of your time right now, because if you say you have to go. And how much time did it take so far? This is an interesting statistics. How do Americans spend their free time? Working. If they're working, it's not free time. But okay.
I'm not sure myself because I had a 2-year break from my first version. If I had to guess, I'd say 5 months. 2 months on my rewrite though.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd say that's normal. If you really try to do it right. It's not a small project then, yeah, so it sounds like it's really hard work, yeah.
As I get more experienced, my code gets smaller. I had more code at the start.
So you don't have much experience then, or this is like maybe your second or third programming experience? I wouldn't say this is your first one. I think you had first experience before of that, because you don't start with decompilation, something that you do after you have spent some time in coding, and then try to get into something that complicated.
It's not my first project, but my previous projects were much simpler.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought so. But what you're saying, like your code gets smaller, is something that happens to me when I was still at the junior phase, where I just write a lot of code and then don't know how to simplify that, where you say it's not like you have a couple of ifs and then making them to a while loop. I think that's even before that, but where you learn how to make methods reusable.
Myself a junior.
Well, it looks like you're not fresh junior then, because I wouldn't say that the things that you tell me are not the first.
I'm just less junior than before.
Yeah. That's less junior than pure junior. And junior would go in, as a pure junior would be writing the code that is going to get shorter later. You're in the phase already where the long code gets shorter. Yeah, and when you're coming out of that phase, you learn the ability to be able to write code that is short from the start and to plan accordingly. Have you read the clean code? Do you know clean coding? Like, have you ever heard of it? Or some other practices? Yes. Okay, these are the things like that you can learn. I learned this really early in my career. From really experienced senior coders, where I very lucky that I got that advice very early. I was able to train to know how important it is to learn how to clean code and have these practices, and how much work it is actually to clean code and make reusable code. But you get that time back in the end. And this is if you don't get the time back, you're not doing it right.
I still got some gaps here and there.
Yeah, I can just give you the advice, but I give you, it's on this way I was working from. So this is, I will just post you the link, and I just would give you the advice to read the link.
How much experience do you have in total?
Since 2018. So 7 years of real coding. I've been doing stuff before, but it's really where I would say I have the experience from 2018 where I would do real code. So they've changed some things. Ah, they changed it. They had it on the front page. Now it's somewhere else. We know code.
I have 3 years experience, but sometimes it feels less because some of my mistakes could have been avoided so easily.
Yeah, so I can just recommend you. Did you read the Clean Code books?
I haven't read the books, I just heard of them.
Yeah, I think you're ready to read them. Here's I'm going to post you that link. This is a very short version of it. You can have the an overview of how clean code is applied. So here they summarize the book in some very neat little paragraphs. So you don't have to read the book first. And if you have a good idea what these paragraphs means, like
I just starting reading books a few months ago. My first few years I just made random projects and jumping into it.
Yeah, and I actually do not recommend the clean coding book to someone who's 20 on the 20 level. But if you are coding right now and have a good understanding of how to produce code, then it sounds like you should fall into the category who can read clean code and understand it. It's actually not very hard as a book. When I was studying, the stuff that we did there was quite more complicated. But it's in a very general language where how to format your code and give you some general advice. Some UML diagrams are in there that you basically should be able to read, and you're good to go. Yeah, there's nothing too complicated in there. So I can just recommend you to maybe what I've posted here to you, to read that out. Consistent, intentional, adaptable. So you have a good idea what we define as clean code, and keep that in mind. So if you hear about that a lot and a lot of people tell you that, then you get an idea, but you're still a little bit unsure. But if you read it, what it actually means, then you get a very, and you know you're coding, then you get a really good idea of how to implement that. Now, I have a very good idea of that because my code was also reviewed by a senior coder back then, so that gives you a very definite idea of how to keep clean code. But not everybody can have somebody who just mentors him on a micromanagement level. Yeah. Oh, thank you for following. Yeah, I hope the source that I gave you is helpful for you. Or the general advice.
I learned a lot from a senior C dev on Twitch too.
Ah, cool. Yeah, that's also cool. Yeah, that if you look at senior developing, currently I'm in the phase.
Like my arena allocator and stuff.
Ah,
All thanks to him.
yeah, that's nice. So I've developed these 4 assets here, and I've coded these. Like these are coded things. I can show you what I actually do. So I have these assets here, and you see this is the code that I wrote to make these things. You can paint into a scene and do stuff. And now I've made myself a rule to just stop coding. You see me coding right here, like I just say, hey, you can code this, and then you can expand the things. And currently I'm in the phase I'm just making marketing material. Like I think this trailer is okay, but it can be better. Yeah, this is where I'm at, and I'm just looking at how do I make marketing, how do I do business, where is my target group. I look at they have a much better look at this trailer here. This is their trailer, if it plays, and yeah, so this is what I'm doing. So normally I like coding, and I would like to spend a lot of
It
time.
looks well made.
Yeah, this you go in here and you see, okay, this is top notch. This is premium software. You look at mine and you see, yeah, that's all right. He probably spent some time of it, and that's why I'm like, okay, I see the difference in this marketing material and this marketing material from the top sellers here, and just say, okay, I have to stop coding. I have to just focus on, okay, my page has to look like that. Yeah. Why does mine not look like that? And that's why I'm not just this is just backgrounds that I take. You see this asset, they have backgrounds, and I prepare myself with different background ideas here that I then intend to use
Soon
for
I'll be
marketing.
starting to learn Unity in class. Maybe if I get stuck I can ask you Pop Nemo.
Yes, you can ask me anything about Unity. I basically in Unity I'm real senior. Yeah, I'm absolutely real senior, up to date. I'm not senior in C++ or anything else. Yeah, just in Unity I'm real senior. But yeah, you can ask me anything. I probably can just give you a small, fast advice. Just when it goes to the details, it probably is like if you have a certain framework or something that I have to say.
Right now
okay,
I have so
I don't
little
know that
knowledge
one.
about Unity I don't know what to ask yet, but maybe later.
Yeah. Okay. My general advice is Unity is not a good beginners starting coding level, because in Unity you do a lot of components, and components are all lightweight, and you get the impression that you can do everything in components and you never do anything with. You can get away with not doing anything in OOP, like not doing inheritance and interfaces and all, because you don't need them in Unity if you want to. You can make use of them, but you don't need them, and that's why I'm like, okay, Unity is not the best starting point for coding. Yeah, but that's something else. Okay.
Do you need to create a data
So
structure?
you can see these are the backgrounds here. That's how I got. Okay, they have this background over here, and that's why I get like, okay, I also need some kind of grid systems. And yeah. And this is how they have their marketing material. It's interesting that they have a color scheme. It's not hard to realize, but they actually have a orange-greenish color scheme in here. Ooh. They have a null reference exception over here. I wouldn't
By
have
not
that in
good
my
for
marketing
beginners, do you
material.
mean for coding in general or just for people new to game dev specifically?
For coders, to start coding. If you start coding and all you do is go into Unity and code a component, you make your player go from A to B. You make a mono behavior component. You inherit from mono behavior. You don't really understand what you're doing. What inheritance is, just every script does that, and then you do that. And if you do that a lot, you don't learn how to code. You learn how to specifically code in Unity and make lightweight components, which is important as a starting point. But you don't get the classical OOP and coding structure. You get the impression like you don't need that. You don't need that at all. And when I started coding in Unity, I was like really irritated why you don't need that. If you I use inheritance and abstract classes in Unity, and they're very powerful, but you can get around that and actually think, okay, why is that a thing? That's something that the weird people do because they think that's important. Yeah.
I use OOP in C.
Yeah. And I think OOP is quite powerful. And you should use it. in clean architecture, it's also used, especially for interfaces and component systems, so you can plug in things on the fly.
Took me a long time to actually use it. In beginning, I just made it also as switch cases.
Oh, good to hear you got around that. I mean, when I started coding, every variable would look like this. Every variable where I save a number, it's
Best
called
viewers
A.
on streamlineup.ru at 0ed5u0k.
Okay. That
I
one is
only
new.
got around it because it got so messy I couldn't progress anymore.
Yeah. And when I started coding, every variable would be named like A, A2, A3, AB, ABC. Because I never used variable names. I just gave them random names.
LUL.
Like I was coding in Warcraft 3 and StarCraft, and you had maybe 10 variables, so you could probably just track them or keep them in your head. Then you made your level and then you never looked at them again. So it wasn't necessary to give them good names. And when I had a lot of variables, I just gave them like ABC as a name. I found I never had a need to be more specific than that. And I was maybe 12 years old, so you have to keep that in mind.
The decompiler variable names be like N, TH, L, ELS, THS, SS, cond.
Oh. Yeah, that's why I immediately said reading the decompiled code is hard. Like, you definitely don't get clean code out of it, yeah.
Luckily I know the game well enough to name them myself.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's something where you have generic decompilation software.
Did you say 12 years old you started coding?
Yeah, but coding. I wouldn't. As I said, I really started coding in 2018. When I was 12 years old, that was like 2001, and from
At your age.
I'm 30, 35 years old. Yeah. I don't look old. I don't behave old. I even do sports still, and I'm very sportly active. Actually, I'm quite successful for someone in my age.
So you were a script kiddie until 2018.
Yeah, something like that, I would say. Like, I would go in, like, StarCraft World Editor, look at maybe some pictures where you can get how it works. Yeah, this is how I worked back then. Like, this was my environment, like in StarCraft. You see, this is the editor, and you would go there, and it was, I think it was in advanced, it was in triggers. I would go into triggers, and others. I don't think they. Oh yeah, here you have your conditions, like always. Player 1 has suffered at least one death of any unit. And then create 0 orc at Greenspawn 3 for player 7. This is how I learned coding. Yeah, this is basically a UI for kids, where you can just make your own code work under if then. And this is how StarCraft behaves. It's all StarCraft can do. It's very easy to learn, very cool for kids, and that got me into coding and into game development. Yeah. Later in Warcraft 3, I got this thing where they then have these kinds of things. They still have the UI. And this is how the trigger functions look there. They still have an event. Now you have a condition. And you still have the actions. It's still a better... This is a better if clause. Something happens. And a condition applies. And then you then do something. This is all of Warcraft works on that, by the way. Yeah? You can do this with Lua. But you can also just click them together in an UI. The developers for Warcraft did that, and it works really, really well. And this is something where I work with, and learning to work with it really gives you an idea how you should provide things to the user in the end. This is because I started with this is also what I keep in mind in my head, like, okay, when I do code and provide it to other people, I don't want them to read my code or something.
Y2 decompiled code with IDA Pro. But it had symbol names given by the community, so parts of it was rather close to high level. And I managed to modify a couple of functions.
Yeah. Yeah, so basically I don't know what exactly you did, like you basically can maybe edit some stats or something if you find them. That's really easy to just change some numbers or something. Making a function different, or maybe you can make it identify
I edited some game logic.
I don't know. I just imagine like something. If you find an attack and edit like the stat it gives, like you instead of stun, give it a paralyze or change something like that. That would be something that would be possible.
I wrote ARM assembly in Notepad because I was a maniac.
Ooh.
Spent days on one function.
Yeah. On Notepad? You have to... No. Oh, I also started on Notepad, but it was at university where I started on Notepad. Yeah, okay. So you could say I've been writing
Yes,
code
I used a
before
hex editor to
2018,
modify
but
the
that was in
bytes.
university. Uh-huh.
I didn't know of any tooling at the time.
I think
was
Notepad
just
is
clueless.
alright. Notepad and Vim. I'm a Windows user, so I should be ashamed of myself and kill myself or something. Isn't this the hex editor? Oh, that sound. Oh, that looks. Oh my no. Oh no. That sounds like.
HXD is the one I used.
Oh my god, yeah. Okay, that sounds. That looks painful. But that's not why you have a good understanding of machine code.
I could never go back to that.
You could never
it was
go
not
back.
very efficient.
Yeah. I mean, when I was at university, we also had a boomer professional teacher there, and he said you can
I
do
had a
that
good
in
understanding of
C++.
machine code before I understood high level.
Yeah, he told us you can do this task in C++. You can also do it in assembler if you hate yourself and want to go through that suffering. So we got a really good idea that nowadays you shouldn't do things on machine code level because you can, but you better take the experience of years and
The
actually
thing is,
do
I didn't know
something.
it was suffering at the time.
Yeah.
I only learned that after.
It's actually not. It's not really suffering. It's suffering if you want to do something on higher level. If you want to write a function on machine code, you can do that. People did that for years, and you have to just do a lot of
suffering when my game crashed
detective
because I
and,
wrote the wrong instruction
math.
and didn't have a debugger.
Yeah, it's just a little. It's very time consuming, and it falls a little bit apart if you do it in a higher level language then, and then you compare it and see, okay, I'm just wasting a lot of time. Yeah. Like when people look back to the 90s and say have a lot of nostalgia, but I don't have a lot of nostalgia for how I worked in coding, or I made videos back then, and I made
discovered
videos
some
back then.
frameworks
It was
to be able
painful.
to write high-level code for the game and make it work.
Yeah, you better do that nowadays. Like if that's what you're doing, you're not going to be fast, yeah. And I'm not even sure if you should be able to do that nowadays. Like you want to, but if you want to have the expertise to be able to read machine code into assembler or something like kind of language, that's a whole job. Yeah, that's a different job basically. I think that's good if you write microcontrollers maybe, or do write hardware. But for functions, then anything that is a little bit advanced, you don't want to do that. Especially, you specifically don't want to do that because it's so time consuming. Yeah. Yeah, but cool. I mean, back then, if you do this, I think you would really feel clever. Like you solve these kind of mathematical problems there, and try to understand them. I have problems to understand it right now. What it's actually doing. Yeah.
I felt clever back then,
Yeah.
but then I got humbled.
I mean, basically what you do is clever, or you make your brain work, yeah, and train yourself for something. It's just a little bit sad that you won't need that if you want to do something else, yeah. You could basically need something like that if you do hardware. Yeah. Yeah, nowadays we are so advanced that it kind of is depressing for everybody. The juniors nowadays, the entry-level people, they are totally depressed because they get, even I get into the market, and I have the impression like the requirements nowadays, they just flat out cut out entry-level. Entry-level is just not, you're done. You can't get into the market anymore, or the software market, because the requirements are just so high. If you get a coder and he starts coding, I had that, you have to be aware that they need 4 years to be profitable at all, if at all. And even after that, after 4 years or so of training, you see if these guys will ever be profitable, yeah. And that's just how it is. I mean, you can get faster. Like if you really try to manage people, maybe can get them to be profitable in half a year. But I've worked at companies and we didn't get that to work. And they really tried their best and hired students, and in the end they had to give up that approach, and that's also the general direction that the digital market is doing. They say, okay, we can't train new people, they are too expensive. A few years ago, they stopped getting in the students and only take people who are really successful. And it's kind of sad. I know the company that does it, and they do it for good reason, so I don't blame them. But it sucks and for the system a little bit. Because I know a lot of people who want to get into the area, and you just don't have a good way to finance yourself. Yeah, because during your study you kind of have to live from something, and the students, they don't get somebody who trains them if they don't already have some kind of base. If you start with zero knowledge and try to just make a living, you will have difficulties getting into the industry. And then I meet people who get one job after another in the tech industry, and they really don't work at all. They just cost time there. I've worked with people who had problems reading basic functions or making basic documentary, and you have plentiful of them. And I'm wondering, like, how do these people get a job? Who employs them? And they are plentiful, yeah. It's a little bit weird.
The frauds. Laughing face.
Oh yeah, I've been working in frauds, and I try to leave as fast as I can.
I still have 2 years left of my CS degree.
Yeah. I would actually also say leave fraud as soon as you can. Unfortunately, I can't give that advice even because the market is not that good right now. So I've been working at the SAP company, and they were basically just full of shit. They said they are developing a VR gaming e-learning software with multiplayer in multi-platform on Apple, Windows, on Meta, on Pico, so on Meta Quest, different stores. You can install it from an installer, from their store. You have multiplayer, you have VR, and I was the only coder with medium experience. Then we had a trainee who ended up in the leadership. We had a guy who had no experience, ended up in the leadership. And we had a bachelor degree guy who later came in and he didn't get asked for anything. So the engineers just were bypassed and kept out of anything important. I didn't even know what the server had. We had a server.
Hey, ich hab die Ihnen Reddit thread Hen. Schade, dass die dein Projekt so zerrissen haben.
Yeah. So it wasn't just my project, but I never heard what came out of it. They've not been successful with that.
I'm not German, but I can read German. I knew it'd come in handy someday.
Maybe. If you work in high-level German companies, they speak English. So I've been working with one high-level company as a student.
I mean, being able to read his comment.
Yeah. Hey, Panic Johnny. Oh, it's no problem. It's actually pretty good what happened there. So on Reddit
I had German in high school.
So on Reddit they've been slashing on my project, where a lot of people were like, okay, they don't get what they write in on that. I'm pretty happy about that because I got a lot of views and attention there. So this is why I'm like, okay, I have to work on the marketing material much more to maybe get some more sales in. So actually the Reddit thread there made some sales, even though you might not think about that. But I saw that after that the page views would go up, and I could sell a little bit, which was nice. Yeah.
I found you because I was a bit bored and had to wake up, and you looked like a friendly bloke.
Oh, thank you. I mean, the only thing that's bad about me is I'm a real developer, so most of the things I do are pretty boring after some time. Especially when I'm coding, I'm often turn off the microphone and just code.
I pray the day I finish my first project. I've had many projects where I just quit at 90%. Quit.
Oh, that's sad. So if I look at my projects, like,
and then move on to the next.
Yeah, like if you look over here at this page, these are finished projects. Now, 4 of them are ongoing, but they're pretty finished. Yeah, so they are finished enough to publish them and sell them. So that's something. Yeah. And these 2 are art. Art is wonderful.
It takes some mental strength to finish, because the fun part was the learning process.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, you have to learn how to discipline yourself. And this also has been a real challenge for me. Like, yeah, I said, okay, I stream my time and stream every day to then just go out and do real work. And thankfully that gave me some motivation there. When I'm on camera, I don't go to social media and look at some Instagram or X post or YouTube videos. Even though when I'm working, I've been working for companies, and when it's going well, I just do the same. I just code and everything goes well. No so true brain rot, no. But when last company, when I started, I didn't do any brain rot as well. But after half a year, I also gave up internally because I knew they would mess up this project. Yeah. And as I said, I just shut up had to shut up a lot so the other stay at their job.
To first 80%, with way less visible progress. I'm in my early 20s. Brain rot has affected me too deeply.
Yeah. I mean, they know how to get there. And the worst thing is the hard part. You don't know. You don't get your little points there. Yeah. You get there, where I just sit there and take a week for a bug, and you don't get a point or some kind of feedback. The consequences of what you're doing are delayed, and that is bad for 2 reasons. First, we ourselves don't know. Am I doing the right thing? Am I doing this correct? When I'm publishing this, I know, okay, this is okay. Yeah, it's good that I've outed like this, but I don't have the feedback there. Yeah, because I'm completely on my own, and you have to do this on your own. Yeah, a lot of the stuff here I don't do on stream. Like, I think I edited these off stream and put them in here. I think they are a step forward to what I had, but I still have to improve myself. Yeah. But you don't get that feedback, and your feedback loop is like, this is why I hope that AI will someday help us to get back into doing stuff correctly, because I think a lot of guys, where I also say they are fraud in business, they have the problem that they don't get the evaluation that we want from a senior. Yeah, senior developers, they are busy doing good stuff by themselves. They are doing their mastercrafts, and everybody wants to imitate these mastercrafts, and they are just taking a lot of discipline on work. But without feedback, you can't get there. Yeah. And I think the software engineers stopped training new guys in big numbers, or having problems with that right now, because they are so busy trying to get to the next level, since things have become so complicated that they can't keep up with the demand of the expertise. There's a lot of psychology.
That's why I'm happy to have found some people who can guide me into the right direction before it goes wrong, and I learn the hard way.
Yeah, it's also very important, especially for the juniors. My father, I can show you. I can show you the website of my father. My father is actually a madman, unfortunately. To kind of find that. Yeah, this is how he thinks good work looks like. Like he seriously thinks this is a modern website, and they were not very happy with him. Yeah. And you can kind of guess where things did go wrong. Actually, I have not seen how he codes like, but yeah. If you know good practices, you learn a little bit how bad practices are also applied. And if you see some old code bases or see code that doesn't work, you get a little bit of that insanity that is out there, and you have to avoid going that path. And if nobody gives you the feedback, you have a greater chance of going that path, because you have to make up your own system in your head to have values. And if nobody gives you good values, you're going to make up some.
The scary part is you can also practice the wrong thing and become better at doing the wrong thing.
Yeah, exactly. Because we are good at making logics. And I am actually I actually think, well, maybe I'm wrong because I'm not a psychologist, but I think everybody is quite intelligent and lives by their own logic. And the logic is often complete and right. So why do people make bad stuff then? It's not because the logic isn't right. It's just it's a good logic, but it's logic that doesn't apply to other logics. And if you take the logics together, then you see the cracks. And this is where people crack down upon, in my opinion. So everybody is quite intelligent and acts according to a logic, but the logic that they make is not compatible with other logics. Yeah, and it only cracks down if you have the logic of real science. That's the logic where we see, okay, something is not right. Something does not apply to the logic that is applied in the real world science. Because this is the rules that are really true. These are the only rules that we know that are true. Like climate change. Climate change is real. Like, if you go behind the science, you see these are logics that are given to us by the only rules that are true in the universe, and that's the physical rules. If somebody goes around these rules and does not believe them, it's a sign that they live by their own logic, and that logic is very far away from reality. And I think everybody is a little bit far away from reality, but you can be too far away.
Hey.
Hey, Lara Lagoon, what's up?
Gestern hat mich Unity in den Wahnsinn getrieben, haha.
Oh. Why is that? What happened? What are you trying to do? So, tell me your story. What are you doing in Unity? Are you making a game? Probably. The number first guess when you are working with Unity. Ah, I see how Fishnet does its advertisement. It's just presented games that work with Fishnet.
Dan hat nix so geklappt wie ich wollt XD.
Oh, was ist passiert? Also normalerweise müsste es eigentlich relativ easy gehen, aber in Code oder im Animator? Ah, this one is good.
In Unity selbst ich wollt das reinziehen und es hat nicht geklappt.
Ah. Zum ersten Mal? Soll ich dir vielleicht helfen?
Ich hab's jetzt durch nen anderen Weg geschafft, aber es war nervig und ja das erste Spiel mach ich grad in Unity.
Ah, okay. Wie hast du es gelöst? Wie einen anderen Weg, das klingt abenteuerlich. Also noch ganz frisch dabei. Ja, cool. Also ja, ich kann dir am Anfang ein paar Tipps geben, damit du nicht zu viel Zeit verschwendest. Was genau ist dein Background so? Wie viel Erfahrung hast du?
Ich hab das dann mit dem Jealous das ich mir links in der Hierarchie ein Game Object gemacht habe dort die Animation
Ah. Ah ja. Hast du jetzt einen Animation-Controller da drin? Ja. Also ich kann dir jetzt mal zeigen, wie bei mir Animationen im längeren Projekt aussehen. Ja. Und vielleicht eine generelle, generell erzählen, warum das so aussieht, wie es aussieht. Ah ja. Welche Engine hast du vorher gehabt? Hab mir das auch angeguckt. Hitono. Okay. Godot und Unreal. Oh, das ist ja cool. Also du hast hast du schon vorher was in den auch an Spielen rausgebracht? Godot und Unreal. Also jemand, der wirklich mal alle drei hat. Also hast du damit auch Spiele gemacht oder erstmal alle so ein bisschen angeguckt? So, ich habe auch Unreal zum Beispiel aufgemacht und ein bisschen was versucht und dann wieder zugemacht. Ich würde das jetzt nicht als Arbeit mit Unreal bezeichnen. Ich habe es ein paar Mal gemacht und dann gesagt, okay, aber ich muss auch an meine Projekte denken, die ich zu Ende machen möchte. Das ist ja cool. Kannst du programmieren oder was machst du? Machst du Art? Machst du Animation? Du machst ja 2D-Plattformer, ne? Und das ist ja normalerweise so, was man am Anfang noch macht. Nein, das war ausprobieren, weil damals nicht meine Engine gefunden. Ich habe damals nicht meine Engine gefunden. Ah, okay. Was sind deine Impressions davon? Große Ziel. Große Ziele sind mal schlecht. Große Ziele erreicht man nicht. Winder zu sein und heißt Unity zeichnen und Blender zu können. Ah. Mhm. Und den Code würdest du dann über Frameworks lösen wahrscheinlich. Ich beweise es dir, dass das klappt. Okay, dann beweis mal. Jetzt. Sofort. Ich will den Beweis. Okay. Code habe ich ganz normal programmiert in Unity. Ah, also du kannst programmieren. Okay. Okay, dann kannst du wirklich auch Allrounder machen. In Unity, weil und Unreal mit den Blueprints ist es nicht meins. Das erinnert mich an Blender mit den Nodes. Mit den Nodes, denke ich mal. Ja, okay. Ja, cool. Also, dann kannst du auch programmieren. Das ist eines der Red Flags, die ich, wenn du sagst, Allrounder. Ja. Ich habe ein bisschen auch gerade darüber geredet, wie ich angefangen habe. Ich habe auch mit sowas wie einem Blueprint-System angefangen in StarCraft damals. Und das ist cool, um die Basics zu lernen, aber richtiges Coden hat so eine harte Tiefe, in die man nicht reinkommt, wenn man nur Blueprints macht. Das ist halt das Problem. Auf der anderen Seite, wirklich hartes Thema, sagen Allrounder. Ich habe es auch versucht und ich bin im Coding gelandet letztendlich. Möchte auch irgendwann wieder 3D versuchen, aber es zieht einfach so viel Zeit, weil ich dann auch versuche, ökonomisch zu arbeiten, also ein bisschen Business und Geld rauszuschlagen. Das ist ja das Endziel, dass man auch davon leben kann. Und daran hakt es vorhin bei mir. Weshalb ich gesagt habe, okay, ich muss mich auf eine Sache konzentrieren und erstmal Assets rausbringen, hier im Unity Asset Store. Das hier zum Beispiel, das hier ist, was ich mache. Und ich arbeite ja im Moment nur an der Präsentation meiner Assets. Dass ich sage, okay, ich habe ganz coole Assets eigentlich, aber ich muss noch an den Trailern arbeiten. So sieht bei mir die Store-Page aus. Ja, das sind Funktionen, die ich programmiert habe, die man mit den Assets bekommt. Und ich sage, ja, das ist ganz nett. Aber die Leute, die verkaufen, bei denen sieht die Store-Page so aus. So zum Beispiel. Und wenn ich das hier vergleiche mit dem hier, dann sage ich doch, würde ich das hier kaufen? Oder eher das hier? Ja, oder was sieht wertiger aus? Das hier ist viel wertiger als das, was ich habe. Und deshalb habe ich gesagt, okay, ich mache eine Pause und konzentriere mich nur darauf, das, was ich hier habe im Shop. Ja, das zum Beispiel. Das hier finde ich auch ganz cool. Ja. Aber es muss so aussehen wie hier drüben. Wenigstens die Hauptfolien müssen. Deshalb suche ich mir gerade diese Referenzen raus. Die müssen besser aussehen. Ja. Das hier sind Referenzen. Und ich habe jetzt hier schon einige Vorarbeit. Zum Beispiel, das hier sind Backgrounds, die ich dann verwenden möchte. Hier siehst du ja schon Background, die ich verwende. Und damit versuche ich dann den Look von dem Ganzen, was ich habe, aufzufrischen. Das heißt, ich hab im Prinzip das fertige Produkt. Ich habe auch ein Game draußen. Aber du willst ja, wenn du was hast, auch das Gefühl haben, egal ob es gut ist oder nicht, du willst auf der Verpackung was haben, das dir sagt, das ist der Shit. Ne? Das ist das, was du haben möchtest, weil es so toll auf der Verpackung aussieht. Deshalb arbeite ich im Moment eigentlich nur an Marketing-Images und gucke dann, also hier siehst du auch nur Variationen hier für solche Backgrounds. Wenn ich den so experimentiere, versuche meinen Style zu finden. Ich glaube, das hier zum Beispiel, das hier mag ich. Aber ich kann nicht immer den gleichen benutzen. Das ist auch so ein Ding. Ja. Hier im Odin Inspector, das ist so das Vorbild Nummer 1, sehe ich. Haben die hier im Hintergrund immer eine andere Variation. Ich weiß nicht, ob sie das Bild einfach nur ein bisschen verrückt haben. Nach links und rechts. Aber du siehst hier, dieser Background, den verändern die auch noch, damit man nicht das Gefühl hat, die verwenden einfach den gleichen Background jedes Mal. Ne? Also die machen hier alle Tricks. Da sitzt auch ein richtiger Designer hinter. Du musst es auswählen, als hast du deinen Style. Ja, genau. Was du hier drin auch siehst, die haben die Sachen eingefärbt im Inspector. Der Inspector sieht gar nicht so aus, wie der hier ist. Die haben hier die Prefabs, die sind eigentlich blau. Der Designer hat die extra orange eingefärbt, damit hier alles ein Color Scheme hat. Also hier ist wirklich ein Experte drüber gegangen und hat geguckt, okay, mein Color Scheme ist orange und ich gehe und verwende das überall weiter. Ja, selbst da oben, da siehst du schon Firmenlogo orange, orange-gelb, die sind nah verwandt, das kann man gut in der Color Palette tun. Ja. Und alles, was nicht orange war, diese Meldungen hier, die sind eigentlich rot. Die hat der eingefärbt nach orange, damit es alles schön ist. Auch der Code hier, der ist eigentlich nicht orange, das hat der extra eingefärbt, ne? Und ja, da muss ich auch gucken. Der Designer hat die Sachen hier 3D-mäßig gemacht. Ich wollte es eigentlich nicht imitieren, weil es dann zu obvious ist. Ich weiß nicht, ob ich vielleicht einfach sage, okay, meine erste Iteration imitiere ich einfach komplett. Und versuche danach meinen eigenen Stil wieder zu entwickeln. Ja. Na, irgendwie. Ich glaube, es wäre eine ganz gute Idee zum Starten. Ich habe mein eigenes Color Scheme tatsächlich. Es ist ein bisschen problematisch, dass mein Color Scheme auch orange ist. Ich habe ein kräftigeres Orange. Muss es aber eigentlich auch runterturnen, weil zu kräftige Farben sind ein bisschen zu hohe Saturation ist unprofessionell. Ja. Im Moment ist mein Look. Das hier ist so mein Color Scheme. Ja, aber da weiche ich ein bisschen zu sehr ab. Ja, das ist das Problem, wenn du alles machst. Da siehst du zum Beispiel, wie viele Logos ich gemacht habe, um zu gucken, was habe ich denn. Wäre gern zum Beispiel in so einen Logo-Style wie hier reingegangen. Das hat allerdings Probleme gehabt. Ja, das Logo hier ist viel besser wiedererkennbar. Und du siehst ja auch wirklich hier drin schon das Color Scheme. Ist doch fein. Ja. Ja, genau. Ich versuche auch alles einfach zu nehmen und mach meinen eigenen Mix daraus, ja. Also ich versuche dann hier nicht nur das hier zu nehmen, sondern, was mag ich noch sonst? Ich gucke mir auch andere Assets dann ein und ich weiß, wenn ich das selber mache, mache ich eh meinen eigenen Style da rein. Du machst einen eigenen Font, du machst deine eigenen Farben. Ich werde ja nicht die einfach im Color Picker nehmen und die Farbe hier rüber nehmen. Ich nehme ja eine hier raus. Ich nehme meine eigenen Fonts und ich muss noch gucken, was ich hier mache statt den Klammern. Denn das haben die echt toll gelöst. Das Problem ist, wenn du hier einfach so reinschreibst, das habe ich hier. Vergleich mal das hier mit dem hier. Das ist genau das gleiche. Die haben hier eine UI und machen ihre Beschreibung. Übrigens, das habe ich nicht abgeguckt. Ja, ich habe das einfach, so habe ich mir das gedacht. So, ja, okay. Jetzt muss ich das hier schöner machen wie hier. Was sie hier schön gelöst hat, dass man sieht, welche Beschreibung gehört zu was. Ja. Ja, in bestimmten Skills bist du bestimmt auch weiter als ich dann. Ja. Ich meine, das Schlimme an Game-Entwicklung ist die Tiefe. Die Tiefe, die du in allen Themen haben kannst, ist unglaublich krass. Game-Entwicklung ist eines der schwersten Sachen, die du machen kannst. Und du musst wirklich Mastercrafts am Ende rausbringen. Aber da kommst auch noch hin. Ja. Also im Coding würde ich sogar sagen, da wird es schwierig, mich noch irgendwie zu übertrumpfen. Man könnte, weil vom Coding-Level, siehst ja, was ich mittlerweile mache. Also, ich mache ja noch nicht mal mehr Games, sondern Assets, um Games zu unterstützen. Aber dann auch nicht so normale Games, um Games zu unterstützen, sondern auch tief im Editor verankert mit Filesystem und die Brushes hier werden gespeichert. Mal connecten. Ja, gerne. Also, ich habe einen Discord, da kannst du rein. Da können wir auch gerne chatten. Und ich würde mich immer interessieren, zum Beispiel, ich möchte irgendwann in 3D rein. Ein 3D-Modell machen. Für mich wäre das auch ein Mehrwert hier wie verkaufe ich was. Dass ich da dran auch 3D-Modelle reinmachen kann. Was mir gesagt wurde, zum Beispiel hier in dem Trailer ist, das ist ganz nett, dass man hier so Szenen erstellen kann. Aber die Szenen, die sind noch nicht groß genug. Und ich so, ja, es ist ein Coding-Asset. Mal gucken, wie man das so vermittelt. Weil ich verkaufe ja keine Art hier, ich verkaufe ja Coding. Ich verkaufe auch Art in Assets, aber ich habe mich danach darauf konzentriert, erstmal nur Coding zu machen. Was ich gemacht habe, ist das hier, das. Ich habe ja auch auf der Webseite habe ich auch Art in 2D. Hier zum Beispiel ist das Spiel, das ich gemacht habe. Und hier ist Wall 20. So sehen da meine Sachen aus. Das ist komplett handgezeichnet auch alles. Ja. So sieht dann da meine Art aus. Ist okay, finde ich. Ist noch. Ich hätte mir gewünscht, am Ende noch ein bisschen drüber zu gehen. Also hier siehst du zum Beispiel die Art hier drauf. Ich hatte am Ende das Problem, ich wäre noch gern, also war auch eine meiner ersten professionellen Zeichnungen. Wir haben am liebsten aber noch mal drüber gebrusht über alles. Weil ich habe die, du siehst hier, wie viele Figuren das sind. Und ich habe die wirklich versucht zu massenproduzieren. Ja, siehst du, wie viele, das sind alles handgezeichnete Sachen. Und am Ende habe ich die eingefärbt. Ja. Ja, muss ja nicht perfekt sein. Ja, genau. Aber man möchte beides können. Ja, das hier ist in Masse gegangen, also in Quantität. Ja. Und dann habe ich versucht, einen Kompromiss zu machen. Es ist am Anfang immer so ein bisschen die Schwierigkeit, oder ich glaube, es ist immer die Schwierigkeit, möchtest du in Quantität oder Qualität. Aber manche Sachen hier, zum Beispiel hier, das ist, wenn der Charakter liegt, da sieht der Kopf so ein bisschen, hätte man noch mal zeichnen können. Ne? Und sieht ein bisschen flat aus. Da sage ich so, ja, da war, aber gut, bei der Masse an Figuren, die ich hier habe, dafür sind ein paar echt gut geworden. Die hier zum Beispiel finde ich super. Die sieht krass aus. Aber ich habe diese Qualität nicht halten können auf allen Assets. Ne? Mich da weiterentwickeln können. Ja. Ja, cool. Jetzt zeig mal von dir was jetzt. Was hast du rausgebracht? Wo kannst du was gut? Ich kann dir auch hier im Editor das Spiel zeigen. Ja, das ist jetzt ein Testlevel, deshalb sieht das so aus. So sieht bei mir das Level aus. Und da sage ich, das ist problematisch, tatsächlich, dass das so aussieht. So sieht es im Game aus. Also im Game ist es stimmiger. Wenn ich jetzt hier mal auf Play drücke. Und das ist ein Projekt, wo ich versuche, das einfach nur irgendwann fertig zu kriegen. Ich steuere das jetzt gerade mit der Maus. Ja. Im Moment hat man nicht alle Fähigkeiten. Aber der Artstyle ist einfach absolut inconsistent. Jetzt muss man sagen, das ist Testing-Level, hier sind auch Sachen inconsistent einfach reingemacht worden, gestretched, hier habe ich einfach nur geguckt, dass hier ist, um hier da einen guten Flow zu haben. Aber teilweise ist es zu inconsistent. Da muss ich Sachen nochmal machen. Also sehr viele Sachen nochmal machen, wenn ich da nicht sage, okay, ich akzeptiere einfach, dass es ein Mischmasch ist und bleib dabei. Aber viele Sachen sind ein bisschen zugemischt. Ich glaube, ich muss das Projekt irgendwann einfach abschließen und neu anfangen. Ein neues Game anfangen. Ja, ich glaube, ich muss das einfach akzeptieren. Das ist einfach zu viel. Da muss man von Anfang an rangehen. Ja. Es gibt Sachen, die finde ich auch schön an dem Game. Hier zum Beispiel einfach nur die Option, die UI. Aber man hat genug Music Credits. Irgendwo hat man auch noch. Hat man nicht. Eigentlich hat man noch Controls. Da kann man die Controls einstellen. So alles, was man erwartet, ist hier drin. Aber das hier ist noch so. Das ist mein erstes Game. Sag ich mal so. Und das kommuniziert das auch. Ich bin definitiv nicht so weit. Es ist auch noch alles selbst. Hier ist alles übrigens selbst gezeichnet, gecodet oder generiert. Ja. Also die Zeichnung, die du hier siehst, die ist auch handgezeichnet. Ja. Und trotzdem würde ich sagen, die Zeichnung finde ich auch ganz cool von den Bäumen hier. Die haben auch einen Custom Shader, dass du diese Windbewegung hier siehst. Die kannst du aus dem Unity 2D Projekt auch rausnehmen, diesen Shader. Den habe ich habe den ein bisschen angepasst und dann hier so implementiert. Ja, dass sie ja hier drin ist. Ja. Und wenn man hier drüber sieht, dann sieht man so, ja, die Line Art, die ist nicht konsistent, die ist mal dicker und dünner. Ja. Ich kann dir gerne alles zeigen. Ja, gerne. Wenn du was hast, schicke einfach einen Link. Ich weiß nicht, wie hast du da, oder hast du was online, was du zeigen kannst, oder hast du das in eigenen Projekten? Oh, übrigens hier auch, den Parallax-Effekt. So ist der, ich kann ihn hier previewen, wie der Parallax-Effekt dann aussieht. Das ist auch cool. Ich glaube, das hat übrigens niemand. Das ist was unique ist, wo ich dann gesagt habe, ah cool, hier raus, dass ich das so previewen kann. Das ist dann in-game. In-game sieht das dann in-game sieht das dann ein bisschen weniger spektakulär aus. Aber ja, hier im Game hast du auch den Parallax-Effekt. Ja. Online noch nicht. Okay. Ah, okay. Du solltest... Kannst du Git? Git kann ich dir vielleicht noch beibringen. Solltest du generell irgendwann lernen. Git oder Unity Cloud. Die haben auch ein eigenes Git-System. Das kann das... also hier, die haben die Unity Version Control. Die oder Git müsstest du eigentlich irgendwann lernen. Git würde ich eher empfehlen, weil Git kannst du auch später noch gebrauchen. Sag ich mal so. Und Unity Version Control ist Git, bloß nur für Unity. Und dann würde ich in der Regel lieber Git nehmen, weil Git ist das, was du außerhalb von Unity auch gebrauchen kannst und dann auch wiederverwenden kannst. Wenn du nur Unity Version Control lernst, dann kannst du das zum Beispiel nicht in Godot oder so wiederverwenden. Okay, also Git ist ganz einfach. Wenn du GitHub hast, GitHub, ich habe da auch einen Account drauf. Und ja, ich bin leider gerade nicht angemeldet. Was Leute machen, die laden ihr Projekt hier hoch. Und dann siehst du das hier. Ja, will ich eigentlich nur das Bild zeigen. Dann siehst du hier, das hier ist mein Projektfolder. Hier siehst du zum Beispiel, hier ist ein Folder und da sind deine Dateien drin. Und das gleiche habe ich hier auch, wenn ich hier in den File-Ordner gehe. Wenn jetzt mein PC hier abbrennt, hier, keine Ahnung, Bombe explodiert, ein Flugzeug stürzt auf mein Haus, ich bin nicht zu Hause, mein PC explodiert und alles ist weg. In dem Fall, für den Fall hat man Git. Normalerweise passiert einfach nur, dass dein Harddrive irgendwie abschmiert, aber für Git gibt es dann Git-Status. Und Git sagt mir hier direkt, aha, hier, du hast diese ganzen Sachen modifiziert. Dann kann ich sagen, okay, Git, tu die mal alle dazu. Und push das ins Internet. So, was er jetzt macht, ist, der pusht das alles ins Internet auf eine Seite. Er sagt, da hat er alles drauf. Okay, super. Nochmal Git-Status. Müsste ich jetzt mal... Okay, sind die alle grün. Eigentlich soll er hier gar nichts sagen. Das ist auch ein bisschen manchmal nervig, aber er sagt, ja, up to date. Also alles, was ich jetzt hier habe, auf meinem Ordner hier, ist auch auf einer Seite drauf. Was ist eine Sicherung? Der Unterschied, jetzt sagst du vielleicht, okay, ja, aber kann ich doch einfach in Google Drive reintun. Der Unterschied ist, Git ist zum Developen mit anderen Leuten perfekt, aber auch für dich selbst perfekt, weil es ist schneller und besonders darauf abgeschnitten, dass du bestimmte Files nicht jedes Mal Backup erstellen möchtest. Ja, es ist aber kein klassisches Backup, sondern ist zum Arbeiten mit anderen Developern und dafür ausgelegt, dass du nicht jedes Mal hier alles reinziehen musst. Du machst ein paar Änderungen im Code und musst hier irgendwie einen File reinziehen. Sondern du kannst es eben hier einmal sagen, git add, git push und dann macht das. Ja, dann macht das automatisch. Das ist viel angenehmer, wenn man es einmal gelernt hat. Und wenn du mit mehreren Leuten zusammenarbeitest, macht jeder seinen eigenen Branch. Und wenn ihr auf den gleichen Files gearbeitet habt, sagt ihr euch zum Beispiel dann, okay, ihr habt hier im selben Skript geschrieben, ihr müsst das jetzt mal zusammen mergen, ja. Ihr müsst jetzt gucken, von wem kommt der Code rein und der sagt euch, okay, gibt euch auch eine Warnung, okay, ihr wollt jetzt das zusammenfügen und ihr müsst das dann lösen, ja. Dass ihr das dann merkt, okay, wir haben hier aus Versehen auf den gleichen File gearbeitet. Kann ja sein, dass ihr zum Beispiel auf demselben Asset arbeitet, auf demselben File irgendwas macht. Und dann sagt ihr entweder, okay, einer setzt sich einfach durch und der andere verwirft seine Arbeit, oder wir fügen beides zusammen und dann gibt ihr euch dann die Möglichkeit. Ja. In der Regel ist es natürlich immer einfacher, wenn du sagst, okay, ich werfe meins einfach weg und der andere setzt sich durch. Bei Code möchtest du aber, wenn du 300 Zeilen Code hast, dann möchtest du die zusammenfügen. Die möchtest du dann nicht wegwerfen. Und dafür ist Git optimal. Ja. Ursprünglich ist es gemacht worden für Web Development. Du kannst es aber mit allem machen. Das einzige Limitierung ist, es ist noch nicht so gut für große Files. Die pusht man aber dann nur beim ersten Mal mit. Also sowas wie die Art und so. Das ist cool. Ja, und deshalb wird es auch von allen Developern gerne benutzt. Und Unity Version Control ist das gleiche, bloß du lernst es dann nur für Unity. Deshalb, ich habe es hier auch installiert und ausprobiert, Unity Version Control. Und habe damit so ein paar Errors und so. Und da sage ich mir, ja, du musst dich so viel damit befassen und dann so viel Kleinkram auch lernen. Da würde ich lieber Git lernen, dass du dann auch wiederverwenden kannst für andere Sachen. Das ist so wie, möchte ich jetzt ein Blueprint lernen oder möchte ich C++ lernen? Da würdest du ja auch immer sagen, C++ kann ich ja wiederverwenden. Blueprints lerne ich jetzt ja nur für Unreal. Und deshalb würde ich auch sagen, lerne lieber Git. Du kannst hinterher trotzdem noch sagen, okay, Git ist jetzt kann ich Git, jetzt will ich doch die Unity Version Control, weil mein Team findet das cool. Aber du hast das generelle Prinzip verstanden und hast das, was die meisten können, ja. Weil die meisten Leute in Unity nehmen auch einfach Git lieber, ja. Also wenn du am Wochenende mal Zeit hast, kann ich dir das auch gerne beibringen. Ja, das auf jeden Fall. Dann kann ich dir zum Beispiel einfach, können wir einfach gucken. Ich kann ja auch Sachen einfach schreiben. Also wenn du mir bei Discord schreibst, ich schreibe dir nachher, wenn ich fertig bin, ich mache jetzt noch ein bisschen Arbeit. Ja, weil ich möchte hier noch ein bisschen vorankommen. Ich könnte dir dann ein Tutorial schreiben, wie man seinen ersten Git-Commit macht. Ja, da müsstest du muss ja nicht direkt bei sein, da müsstest du einfach zum Beispiel, das erste ist ja, du musst hier einen Account anlegen bei Git und das einmal hochpushen. Ja, und dann hast du deine Sicherheitskopie. Ach so, das Beste habe ich vergessen. Du musst nicht irgendwelche Cloud-Services zahlen. Git ist free, solange du nicht irgendwie Terabytes an Business-Daten da hochlädst, ist es eigentlich free. How much can I upload to GitHub free? Ich guck mal eben, wie viel ist free? Maximum File Size. Das ist aber pro File. Das ist nicht. Also du kannst Files, die 2 GB groß sind, hochladen. Das ist aber nicht das ganze Projekt, sondern jeder File in dem. Also wenn du jetzt also, ich bin gleich arbeiten bis abends. Ja, okay. Ja, ich schicke dir gleich einfach so ein vielleicht einfach ein kurzes How do I push to Git Ding. Dann könntest du mir Feedback geben, ob du das geschafft hast oder ob du irgendwo hängen geblieben bist. Das wäre ganz cool zum Beispiel. Ja. Und Repo Size. Die sagen hier, also ich weiß, die haben mehr als 50. Also ich habe schon mit 100 GB hochgepusht, das ist deshalb. 100 GB sagen die. Okay. Ja, 100 GB. Kannst du einfach hochpushen. Normalerweise willst du aber auch vor allem den Code drin haben. Ja. Ja, cool. Okay. mache jetzt noch ein bisschen weiter. Also ich habe ja gesagt, mein Ziel für heute ist, meine Präsentation etwas aufzupäppeln, sodass ich dann sagen kann, yeah, das fühlt sich an wie top-notch. Weil ich habe jetzt diese Folie zum Beispiel, die sage ich, die ist okay. Dann habe ich diese, die ist... Ja, da. Die ist... Ja. Will ich da sagen. Ich habe es ein bisschen minimalistisch gemacht. Ja. Und da habe ich noch Entwicklungsbedarf. Ja, cool. Ich kann auch schon mal die Frage annehmen. Hi there. Okay. So, mein Plan ist jetzt noch bis 14 Uhr. Wenn ich noch versuchen, so viel wie möglich hinzubekommen. Und danach wird es für mich Zeit zum Essen. Was will ich machen? Ich möchte jetzt durch die Bilder, die ich hier habe, möchte ich nochmal durchgehen und die aussortieren. Ich habe jetzt all diese Bilder hier und die kann ich ja nicht alle verwenden. Das ist ja alles toll. Das sind alles verschiedene Geschmäcker und Flavors. Und ich muss jetzt ein bisschen so sagen, okay, was denke ich denn möchte ich dann benutzen und mache die dann Production Ready, dass ich die dann auch im Marketingmaterial wieder verwenden kann. Und von hier aus sage ich, das sieht cool aus, das sieht cool aus. Die beiden nicht so. Ist ein bisschen schade. Aber als erstes gehe ich erstmal durch und mache alle, wo ich sage, die Kontraste sind nicht stark genug, die mache ich ein bisschen dunkler. Und zum Beispiel. Da bekommen wir eine Vignette. Vielleicht mache ich einen Ordner mit Flat. Ja. Aber als Sicherheitskopie, falls ich mal zu Flat zurückkommen möchte. Weil wenn die da eine Vignette bekommen, kann das schon nervig sein. Die Vignette ist der Außenrand. Ah ja. hat so seine Vor- und Nachteile.
Dan bis morgen muss jetzt los wegen Arbeit dir noch viel Spaß hi. Smiley face.
Thanks. Ja, ich bin mal gespannt. Sag ich mal so. Ja, ich hätte auch Bock, irgendwie mal einfach nur so ein bisschen zu chatten. Na gut, nicht ganz nur einfach so chatten. Wäre auch schön, wenn man was Konkretes bespricht, aber einfach mal gucken. Das kann ich einfach hier reinziehen, dann habe ich schon die Wegenette. Ah. Oh nein, hier habe ich... Die hier mag ich besonders, ja. Oh, das ist ja cool. Hat ein paar Nachteile wegen der Vignette. Es ist im Stream besonders hier am Rand. So, this is where you can see that the color jumps from one value. It just doesn't look like that on my screen, but see that even on my screen I have some areas where you have color jumps, like over here. I'm not sure why exactly. My screen should be able to show me. You can see this even in the stream. Around here. That the color jumps really fast from one value to the other. This is, I need to go to 16 bits, which is just a little bit better. Not enough though. I think it's better over here. Not enough. So on 32 bits, it's much better. Yeah, that's much better. But most when I then put it into a PNG, I think the values will be lost. So don't think that this is going to work. So I'll probably have to change the approach here. I can't even save it as a PNG then. Okay, so it specifically tells me don't go that path. Okay, yeah, that's bad. So I have to assume that it will look messy around here. So how does it looks like here? This is how it looks then. So I did this in here. We have this gradient outside and it just doesn't work. Yeah, you can see that thanks to compression, when I post it to a website, that just doesn't work. Okay, I have to change my approach there. I have to go for one flat. Yeah, I can't go Vignette. Because this is how it looks. Okay, it's cool that I have the information though. So I can get around that. Let's see. Oh, even they have that. You see that at the edge here? They have that too, but they avoid it a little bit. I'm not sure if they do it intentionally. Or they go with a one-sided vignette. I think you probably have to make a gradient upside. I think this is handcrafted though. Oh, I see a pattern. How they do with that? Yeah, they have a gradient over here, like. But I think it's a stretched layer. So it's like an egg that goes over here. Comes in like here. And then they have this where they are, okay, we don't know what we put in here, let's just try to mirror that and blur it. Yeah. Which is a good idea. What do I do with this space? I actually think this is a good idea for the asset. So one thing, it works over here with the icon. What works much better than with my icon? Yeah. I think if I just make a reflection down here, that might be helpful. Because right now there's too much empty space above and below. If I would make a reflection over here, down there, in the icon, I think that the empty space is then filled out. I think this is also where they had the problem, like, okay, we have this stuff over here, and then they end up with some empty space over here. Unfortunately, I cannot just blindly copy that solution. I have to come up with something on myself. Which makes it hard. I can do it in the icon because they don't do it in the icon, so I can do it in the icon, which is nice. But I have to come up with something else for my other pictures. That's not good. Okay, so if I have this vignette effect, I see that it has certain problems. What if I do it like this way? Like this, and then I shine over here. I have to be creative. Make predictions where things will be problematic. Can do it like this, or can do it like this. I think it's better to go like this. Be like over here. I think it should be here. If I go with the signs, let's maybe look at another layer. Only problem is that there's too much of a copy of the style that they have. So maybe I just go through to... Maybe I should just go to the asset store of Unreal and copy something from over there. So I have something that I can say that's not copied from Unity. So nobody sees what I'm doing. And then I might make it like this, so I'm different. I see. So maybe... Ah, text always starts over here. So I have to take the left side. When I write, I usually start the text over here and then go to the right side. So this is where I want to have it here. it has to be above here. There's not much choice. Just not good. But it's better. So Node Center, they liked the BigNet. Then I just have to go in here and see. Did I save these up? Okay, I was over here. That's really bad news because that makes all of them kind of obsolete. Makes them obsolete, completely obsolete. Like this one. I think this one needs some work. Oh, that's cool. Oh, can't do anything. Looks great in the preview. Just have to make sure that I don't overdo it. Yep. Something's missing. Something's missing. Oh no, that gives me nausea. I think it's the image overall. Yeah, the image quality is not that good. Ah. Well, it's a try. Okay, so there's more flat images. And this one is already in here. Yep. Oh, I have to change the vignette. This. This is the like one of the first ones. Yeah, I had this already. So that's all of them. So these ones. So these are the old ones, and I see in the preview in the stream they actually look alright, but I know that they don't work as well on the page. So this one will have to be adjusted. Just this one has to be adjusted. Just see that over here, the edge. See that in the only in the stream preview. So it looks different on different screens. I don't know what exactly the stream preview does. This one is okay. This one is pretty cool, I think. It's one of the best. This one is cool. So these ones, yeah, I love them. This one is also, I think this one is handcrafted. Okay, so I have to go in here and find out which one is which. So this one, for example, this one doesn't work as I want to. I have to go down with the vignette a little bit. I'm not sure why it doesn't work, but it doesn't work. And yeah, that's better. A bit over here in the top right corner, that is okay. And we have this one. Let's go get these two out. I think that's this one. This one looks bad in every preview. So I think it was done like this. I want to have it like this, but I don't know if it will work in Vic 2. It's a bit better. It looks terrible in the stream. Like these two grays. That's a little bit. But I have my hopes here that this one works. But over here, this is pretty bad. So I'll probably have to tone it down very, very much more than I want to. Now let's just go back and save that up. Okay. Just want to try to get some compromise in that actually looks good. Yeah, like this one is okay-ish. I'm just bound to the technology of my time. Limited by the technology of my time. Yeah, that's what I want to say. And look at that. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, can I go deeper? This, it looks good in the preview. Probably will be messed up. Let's try it. Yeah, that was way better like this. And then I have this one. And this one looks terrible in the preview. So let's... What did I use? Oval... Yeah, that's better. That is okay. That is okay. That is okay. Okay. Pretty much everything is okay-ish. I think this one can be better though. This one, let's just apply the current one. It's mildly better over here. Some improvement. Improvement is improvement. Okay. Toilet break, after that I will just keep working. Yeah, I can keep working on this a little bit, but yeah, time's out to make a cut here. This is basically why my material is not that good, because yeah, I often say time's up. And I have to say, everything we do is limited in time. So what I wanted to do now is see if you go in here that the crosses are not completely in the center of every line. And I was like, okay, probably I have to go in and redo that. Currently these lines are rectangles. I did this because it was easier to do, to copy and paste. I think I can do them in real lines. It would be better in the future. Time's up. That's a problem for future me. Yeah. That's a problem for future me. I have to get to the point somewhere. Yeah. And my recommendation is you have to do that too. Can always go up in quality. And the question is where you make the cut. And yeah, I think these look cool from like these here. I think this one is not as cool as this one though, but you only find that out one way if you applied it. Yeah, what I wanted to do here is to have these crosses in here. Let's delete this one because you can, if you look at it, you see that the lines and centers, they don't match up. Yeah, and that's why to say, okay, let's go in here, and every time I see that they don't match up, here it matches, but it doesn't match perfectly. And you see that if you look at this, if you notice it, it's very, very annoying. Which is like where my inner self is like, oh, you put this much work into it. Yeah, but it doesn't matter if the work wasn't done well. It's done well. But these little pixel shifts, they're quite annoying. Like you can see it over here. I think in the white version it's okay, but only because with the white you don't notice it as much. It's more like, this is probably just a blur. It's a glow of the. You don't know what exactly this is. Why? Yeah, this is why. I think I can get away with it. With the color version, it didn't look as good. Yeah. And then I have this version, different flavors. I think I have enough flavors here. I like this one most for some reason. Like this one too. This one is quite cool. Like if you have something to put in here. Yeah. And this one is also cool. It's unintentionally cool, yeah. It didn't, but I think this one is a good base for putting assets in. And yeah, I just found this out by experimenting a lot and producing a lot of images, and then I just like, what of all these images is possible to in production, yeah. So, which is basically what I do now. I could put them into some kind of stock image thing. And people buy that. People that have money, yeah. I can't do that. I don't have the time. I have to make my asset good first. I just don't have the time to do that. Yeah. Okay. So Thank you for tuning in. Sadly for me today, I didn't get to the point where I'm starting on the marketing material. I'm really looking forward to do that. No time pressure is going to stop me from making the marketing material perfect. So I just want to get the market material done in such a good state that I can relax, lean back, and keep coding again. Yeah. And so this is my ultimate goal. That's why I keep working on it, because I saw the comparison here and I say, okay, I'm not that good. I have to get it good now. Yeah, the time to get good is now. And I think it's also nice for the user if you have something that has really nice images. I just think that immediately think that you're working with feels much better. I mean, if I look at the images that I have, and if they work and make you feel good about what you buy, and you work with it and it has a nice flavor, it has nice vibes, and that's what I want to have. What is it worth if I have really nice features and they don't give you the vibes, and it feels like it's some authoritarian autistic thing that you have to use to make your craft, to make your money. That's not what I'm going for. I want to relax. I want people to relax a little bit and maybe go for some vibes. Okay. Thank you for tuning in. I'm going to have my lunch now. Goodbye. Have a nice day.